It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Alright, welcome in. Happy Thursday, everybody. Obviously, we're not taking a break, but got a 3-minute ad break coming up to kick things off and get those pesky pre-rolls out of the way for the next hour. Today is the day, more likely than not, that we finish the Jerboa. So welcome in. We'll be getting things started here shortly, and thank you for joining me. About time that damn ad break finally starts. My goodness. Hey, what's up, you? Just waiting for this stupid ad break to be done, you know?
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, it's about freaking time. Had to wait forever for that ad break to kick in today. Welcome in, folks. Thank you for joining me. If you're watching the VOD, feel free to kick back and throw whatever tunes you so choose and enjoy. Today, well, I talked about something previously some odd days ago in the process of sculpting this guy. I said, I think at some point we're going to spend a day listening to the Ark soundtrack. I think it would be appropriate on the final day of the sculpt.
Go to camera 2.
On the final day of the sculpt.
Go to 1, go to 4.
Are we good now? All right. Today is that day. Today is that day. We're going to be working on the feet. I did a little bit of cleanup last night just to get them prepped and ready today. I also wanted to check some fittings on the claws here. And I think we're good to go. We're going to be bulking up the toe tips a little bit when we apply the claws and all of that. But yeah, we've got a little bit of shaping and webbing and all of that good stuff to do. And that is the plan today. Yeah, we had to wait on pre-roll ads to get out of the way there, Hugh. We roll ads at the beginning, that way for the next hour we don't have to worry about them, you know? So, we are good to go for the next hour of work before our first break of the stream, and we're going to go ahead and get right into it and get this whole thing started, shall we? He has not been baked. Everything that we did yesterday is still fresh, so we just need to be mindful of that. But before we get started, let's go ahead. Perfect timing, really. Oh man, it's Benny and the Jets. I want to hear Benny and the Jets. All right. Well, let's go ahead and put on our appropriately themed music for the day. Jenny in the bets. How's it going? It's going, man. It's going. Getting my Discord channel set up so I can see. Maybe. There it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, today's a feet stream. I probably should have advertised that, huh? All right. I've got my references handy. I know we're going to need to do a little bit of shaping. We're going to get that guy ready to go. And I think that's probably where we're going to start today, is working on shaping up the middle toe a bit. And then we'll work on the exterior toe. Oh, you know what? We'll shape up the middle toe a little bit and then work on combining the toe areas with a little bit of the webbing and everything. And then we'll work on the outer toes. Get the claws in place. And the final thing we'll be doing is texturing. So that's the plan. That is the plan. Get my reference readily on hand here. And we'll work up the clay. I'll run this through the pasta machine before we start using it. But for right now, I think we'll just kind of start working on shaping a bit. You know what? We're going to do a little bit before we get into all that, actually. I need to roll out a little bit of clay here. We all ready for the weekend? I'm ready to go see Twisters. I'm hearing it's a good time. That's all I was really hoping for it, you know. I didn't expect it to be like peak cinema or anything. But you know what? Let's go back about halfway on that. But yeah, apparently it's a good time. I don't know if we're going to go see it tomorrow or Saturday, but the plan is to go see it this weekend. And then next weekend is Deadpool, which I cannot wait. Although I do hope that when we go to see Deadpool, it's not like super busy, you know. We're going to probably go in the morning like we tend to do. It's nice when you go to the cinema in the morning. Like, there might be people there, but it's not crazy chaos. Still never seen Deadpool? It's a good time. I enjoy him. We're going to go see the Twisters movie this weekend. We actually watched the original not long ago. Boy, oh boy, those special effects in that one do not hold up so well. And it's crazy because I remember like when it came out, it was like, oh, this is so good. But they have not. I mean, some of it doesn't look too terrible in the old movie, but some of it definitely does not stand the test of time. And that's crazy, you know? I mean, I guess that's what there is to be said about practical versus CGI. You know, when you look at movies like the original Jurassic Park and how well that movie holds up, or hell, man, even E.T., you know? Think about that. That movie was made when I was a young child, and it still holds up. You just can't beat practical effects, man. Like I'm not anti CGI by any means. I think there's a place, a time and place for it, and I think that obviously it's lent a huge hand into the advancement of cinema and storytelling. But there's no denying that it can also be a hindrance to those very things as well. And it's all in how it's used. But there's definitely just no comparison when it comes to practical, you know? And plus, man, just like seeing some of the ingenuity and the engineering that goes into those practical effects, I've always been a fan. Like, wanted to get into effects when I was very young, and Jurassic Park was actually one of the big contributing factors on that. I don't know if you guys can see better. We'll switch over here for right now.
What's wrong with the picture? Go to camera 2.
I can't, it's busted.
Well, then go to 1, go to 4.
All right. Get a little bit of a groove above the toes, you see. We'll smooth all of that out later on, but just getting some shaping going. Then we'll start working on this, kind of doing the same thing for the middle toe there. Boop. Problem is keeping the other toes out of the way. Atticus giving you a hard time, Hugh? And basically just kind of working it up. There's like a little bit of a knuckle in here, you see? And we'll bring it down a little bit as it comes into that portion of the toe. We'll shape that up here once we get to the claw. Is he doing a JavaScript game dev course? It's cool. Ask GPT for help with styling. Oh boy. How'd it do? Is it going to replace us all, Hugh? I heard that ChatGPT is, I don't know, it was a while ago. Maybe that's changed since, but I heard it was kind of ruining itself. Like the data sets it was training on were making it worse or something. Oh, I need to turn my fan on. That's what I need to do. There I am. Wait, where, what? Was somebody searching for me? Happy Thursday, Jenny. Welcome in. Always? Right. I was gonna say, I'm starting early. I started early today. I mean, I always tend to start early, I guess. I'm gonna do a bit of the same on the other side. Intense music today? Yes, we are listening to the Ark soundtrack. I figured it was appropriate. Given today will be probably the final day sculpting the Jerboa. And then I'll get myself a nice few days of a break with the weekend coming up. And then hopefully, if everything goes according to plan here, Monday we'll start painting. And we're going to start with the base. That way it's done and we have it when we need it. And then we'll keep the Jerboa on here for painting purposes. And then when it's time for assembly, we'll clip his wires and set him free. And I got it on that camera angle because I figure it's probably better than just looking down at the top of his head, because you cannot see at all with the feet, you know. His head kind of covers everything up. So we'll do our best with this camera here. Those toes are spread apart farther than they will be. Don't worry. I know it looks crazy, but it's on purpose. Jeb learned to stand. He did. He got his feet. Well, mostly. Ping pong, hello, welcome in. Exciting day today. I'm just working on kind of getting some basic grooves and shapes going here before we start like doing any kind of proper work, you know. I mean, not that this isn't proper work, it needs to be done, but I'm tired. I'm done. I've done a mad clean ready for Charlie coming home tonight. Just had a shower, getting to sit and chill. Nice. Nice. Coming together really well. Thank you, Ping Pong. Yeah, we got a base, a rough, real rough basic shape on his feet yesterday so we can make some claws. Have those ready to go, and today we should be finishing everything up. I'm going to go ahead and give him a little bit of a brush without the ISO. We'll start smoothing that out some and see where I need to continue working. PO'd and a tad. What we PO'd about? I'll worry about that when we pick them up and flip them over, but we're not going to do that until everything on the, well, at least the bulk of everything is done. That way we can get the feet, the bottom of the feet all in one go. Like that portion right there. In your neighborhood? The hell's your neighborhood doing? I just have a bunch of G.I. Joe wannabes that live around me, Hugh. It sounds like a damn war zone on the weekends, I'll tell you. Most of them are probably too chicken shit to enlist, but they have that like wet dream that they're a real American hero or some shit, you know what I mean? I mean, what? I didn't say that. It's cosplay is what I call it. Even I am on the verge of enlisting in the U.S. Army, and I'm not even a citizen. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. How should we feed this clay in between the toes? Because we need it to be... I almost feel like a little bit of a wedge. I want to live somewhere conducive to living a normal life. Well, you know, hopefully they start colonizing Mars soon, Hugh. That's my hope. That's what I'm waiting on. Don't worry, dude. I do that. I probably do enough of that myself. What is this? Why are you here? What is? Where did you even come from? What? What are you sipping there for? No comment. Ask myself that question every day. We need that to be almost flush. I'll throw a little bit more clay in there. No, I tend to, yesterday we talked about things a little bit just because things going on and all of that in the world, but and I guess I'm of a different mind than a lot of people because some things I just don't consider politics. It's part of life. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even get involved and wrapped up in the politics of it all because I think it's all ridiculous and nothing but a hindrance. But it's kind of funny, dude, because I'm in like my standpoint and viewpoints, I feel like kind of reach across the aisle, even though some of 'em, I don't know. I'm not even gonna bother. It's not even worth talking about. Here's how I look at it these days. When I was younger and a little more naive, I thought maybe that you could have an impact on things in this environment. Maybe you could sway some people or what have you. But as I got a little older and just like a tiny bit wiser, I suppose, look back at the thousands of years of human history since the dawn of time. Not much has really changed. And therefore, why am I wasting my energy on this stupid bullshit? You know what I mean? Just making myself comfy. And you know what? To play off that, that's about all we can do. I'm of the firm belief that a lot of people, and this is a blanket statement, I recognize that, and I also recognize that there's plenty of people out there that this doesn't describe, but when we're talking about the masses and the majority, I think there's a lot of people out there that claim they want change because that gives them a reason to bitch. But beyond that, I mean, it's been the same story since the dawn of time, man. If we wanted things to change thousands of years later, we wouldn't be where we are, you know? We're still playing the same games we played thousands of years ago. We just dressed them up and made them a little bit look a little bit different. Still fighting the same stupid wars over the same stupid things. So, this is why I do art instead. I want to enjoy my time here to the best of my ability. To hell with everything else. And like I've said before, if there's any purpose we have here on this planet, I suspect that this kind of thing serves a little bit more of that than bickering, squabbling, and repeating ourselves over and over for thousands of years. All right, a little bit more shaping up here. I also think we're just at a time in human history where the only real impactful change requires drastic changes, and I just don't see us doing what's necessary. We're too busy holding on to all the tradition and baggage. That, quite frankly, has not really served us well, has it? But do carry on. You know? No money to be made if everyone is happy. That's a sad, sad truth, huh? But the good news is, folks, we don't have to let this stupid bullshit define us or our lives. There's a quote by of a French philosopher and author, Albert Camus. Really enjoy some of his writings, and one quote in particular has always stuck with me. And let's see, might have to paraphrase here, but it goes something like, no, I don't want to paraphrase it because I feel like that doesn't do it justice. Let me see. The only way to live in an unfree world is to live so something to that effect. Let me get it. The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. I like that. I like that a lot. Some say Camus was a nihilist. I suppose some of his work, some of his writings can be a bit disconnect. I wouldn't even say you have to do that, really. You know, I think that there's definitely room for navigating without allowing the world to dictate who you are, right? Or how you feel. Because if there's one thing that I've learned in my life is this, truth is not malleable. It can be, it's not necessarily black and white, and there are many shades of gray when it comes to reality and the truth of things. But that at the end of the day, when truth is discovered, truth is truth. There's no arguing against the truth, right? But I also recognize that reality, based on perception, can be drastically different from one person to the next. I frankly believe in one version of the truth, and I don't like to settle for less. But the point is nobody else is telling you or can tell you how to live your life, what the best course of action is for you. That's up to you to decide. Right. Well, truth is fact, though. That's the problem. And that's where we've lost things. It may not be fact to some, but paramount, on a paramount scale, on a paramount level, truth is fact. So I guess you could say, in all occasions, truth is fact, but only sometimes are facts the truth, I guess, especially in the world we live in now. Yeah, but I'm also not one of those your truth kind of people. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. Like, there's the truth. There's what you might believe is the truth, but that doesn't make it the truth, I don't know. Semantics and philosophy, my guy. It's fun times. Did we scare Hugh away? I hope not. I don't know, and it's always a thing that I'm working at myself. It's easy to see what's going on in the world and get upset. And I do, like, it's upsetting to see so much just ridiculousness. It feels like we never left kindergarten sometimes, and but at the same time, like George Carlin said, I've got a front row ticket to the circus here. Whatever I do and whatever I think, whatever I feel doesn't mean a damn thing. So I may as well just enjoy the show. I've seen enough firsthand that I have zero belief or faith in this system through so many facets. And quite honestly, a lot of it is just outright a sham. So why would I invest my energy and my time getting worked up about something so ridiculous? I hate working on this side sometimes right here because on this feet, it's just super awkward. Thankfully, this part's not too terrible, but like in here, oh man, that's going to be fun. Because of the concerted effort by people who want to stop progress, their goal is to get people like us to feel that exact way. It's not even those people, dude. It's the people that are supposed to be on the same side. We have an election between a convict and a man that's so self-righteous and self-centered that he won't listen to his peers or, the greater general public. And this is why I have no allegiance to any party. They're all the same. They might be varying degrees of worse, but they are all the same. I've done more in my lifetime to try to, and I'm not even going to talk about it because one, I don't want to, and two, it's it's nobody's business. But I've done more in my life to try to inspire change and than most people even think about. I've paid the price for it also. And I wised up eventually. These people in power, they don't care. None of them do. Some may care a little bit more than others, but they'll never find themselves in a position of power. Take Sanders as a key example there. The Democrats literally stole the nomination from him in 2016. They did it again in 2020. And you're telling me that my voice matters? None of our voices matter. They didn't. They absolutely did. You have the delegates where Hillary Clinton is being named as the candidate at the DNC, and the delegates are all perplexed, like, no, she did not get the nomination from us. Sanders was absolutely ahead in the primaries. They ignored the will of the people, and then they gave the election to Trump. We can argue about it all day, but that's just how it played out. Sanders was never a Democrat. Right, he's an independent, but he was running under the Democrat ticket. It's the only reason why I'm registered Democrat. Because that's the way the system works. You vote in the primary, you get attached to that party, right? But until the U.S. political system is beholden to the people instead of corporations on either side of the aisle, then we won't see any change there. like I said, man, there was states that were the delegates were for Bernie, the vote was for Bernie, and then the DNC nominated their own candidate instead, which they are able to do. That's their prerogative, but it's also why they lost the election. Oh no, I get you, Hugh. I understand, man. And some of that stuff definitely sounds like some stuff on a local level for you. You know, I don't really assume, but I totally get that. You got to pick your battles, is what I'm trying to say. You should look into our recent presidents. Hugh, are you? Forgive me, man. Whereabouts are you? I think I know, but I hate making assumptions, you know? Like, I want to say you've mentioned it in the past, but forgive me. I talk to so many people anymore. It's, it's hard to keep track of sometimes, you know? South Africa. Okay. Well, I feel like that's an unfortunate side effect of British and American imperialism too, is it not? I need a little bit more play in between that too. Stupid to follow. Now that you're smart for not following politics, Jenny. I keep up with the goings on anymore, and that's about it. I don't. Neither side has anything to say that I'm interested in. I don't know. I'm going to say this and then I'll leave it at that. I grew up believing this fallacy that greatest country in the world, yada yada. But everything I've seen is demonstrably opposite. And it's hard for me to get behind anything down to a justice system that has arbitrary outcomes from one court to the next with the very same indications and the very same cases. It's absurd to me. It's all madness. And I should hope to live my life free of any of that. But if I have to be submerged in it, then I'll do my best to entertain it, I suppose. But I'm sure as hell not condoning it, supporting it. Or being involved in it to any degree within my power. Wait, don't let perfect be the enemy of what do you mean? Oh, I'm absolutely interested in those things, Richie. But the problem is nobody else seems to be. Not really. It's good. It makes for good talking points. But when it comes to actually getting anything done, does it ever happen? Not really. Maybe small incremental changes. But in a system where we tag team back and forth, where one party goes in and they make some minor changes, and then the other party goes in and derails those, and then the other party comes back and puts it right back where it was to square one and calls it a victory. I'm sorry, that's not progress. That's chasing your tail. Some might call it insanity, but on paper or realistically, you know? Yeah, we have civil rights, for instance, but how much of that situation has really changed? The implications of it may be hidden, but the effects of it are still very much real. And none of that it means anything on the route and on the course that we're taking. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. Until humanity collectively pulls their heads out of their ass, we are on a road that we don't want to be on. And you can be mad about that. You can be mad at me for saying it, but it doesn't make it less true. And with that, we're done with this discussion. We can move on now. Thank you.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Need to put a little bit more clay across the top of that. Bars, here I come. Save a seat for me, Jenny. My problem, I'll put it this way. My biggest problem with everything is no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what beliefs you hold, you're surrounded by ignorance every single time. You know, on one side of the aisle, you got them claiming to be patriots, while that same party ignores veterans and accomplishes nothing other than using them for cannon fodder and for personal gain and capital gain. Let's be real. On the other side,
may I please have a drink, please?
You've got some folks that claim concern, or they just downright like talk shit and shit on the military completely. Not realizing that, I'll tell you right now, a majority of the people I served with were kids from Guam, were kids from Puerto Rico that were serving for citizenship, kids from very bad neighborhoods in Atlanta because they wanted to escape a bad situation, and instead of like getting involved with gangs and crime and all that bullshit, they wanted to do something that they could be proud of, or at least make a better life for themselves free of that. So how are you going to sit there and claim that you represent all of these people and then actively shit on them? It's hypocrisy on every turn. It's ignorance at every turn. And I find it exhausting. And I'm not here to carry other people's bullshit on my shoulders anymore, you know? So that's where I stand on it. That's why I feel the way I feel about it. And we'll leave it at that. All right. We got an ad starting soon. Drink. We got to hydrate. We'll blend these in when we get back from the ad break here. And then we're getting close to the point where I'll start working on the tips of the toes and getting the claws put in. And we can work further from there, so. Never have a combo like this than the ones that just shut down. It's all good, Richie. It's all good. And look, man, I recognize like there's only so far we can come in a conversation, you know, when one of us has a voice and one of us is through chat. And that's why I just don't typically like to engage in it, because it's too easy to misconstrue what I'm saying, because we don't have a proper opportunity to communicate back and forth, you know. And it's too easy for me to take things out of context because all I'm getting is text and no tone. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, Irish Island, welcome in, man. We're going to hop over to the break screen, but I'll still be here. Just while the ad runs real quick. And in the meantime, folks, you are not doing so. And I know some of you are. But be sure to show some love, drop a follow to the Irish Island. How we doing today, man? Assuming that you're not in an ad. Now I've typed that, I'm gonna get lots of them. That's a fact, man. That is a fact. Richie, he's taking care of it for you, Irish. Richie, thank you so much for the gifted sub, man. Saving our fellow viewer from the ads. Get gifted on. Oh man. Thanks so much, man. Thanks for the support and the gifted sub. And honestly, thank you for, I don't know, agreeing to disagree or whatever you want to call it. I certainly appreciate it, because I think you and I both know that that's not the norm. This month's free, next month's on you. We got 22 seconds on the ad, and we'll jump right back into it. Richie, thank you again for the gifted sub. And do I just call you Irish Island or just call you Alley Fan? I see both. Which do you prefer, sir?
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Alley Fan's good? Okay. Well, Alley Fan, you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes there. Oh man. On a brighter note, I will say I'm glad that we have some folks out there to help us get through these times and bring insight and information. You know, journalism is a dying art, but we still have folks like Jon Stewart, for instance. Really been enjoying his coverage on things. It's always the comedians, huh? Oh, look at that. He's trying to take a nap on us, chat. Can't do that right now. And on the other side, we've got Jonathan Pye. He's been keeping me up to date with the goings on across the pond. Really enjoyable.
What's wrong with the picture? Go to camera 2.
It's fine.
Can't.
All right?
Well, then go
It's
to
fine.
1, go to 4.
We'll switch to that one. There. I just want to get a shape that I'm happy with here. Once we start smoothing it out, adding fur texture and all of that, it'll really come together, but we need the shape to be there first. And I know it's a change of pace for the music today. What we're listening to is the Ark Survival Evolved soundtrack. I figured it was appropriate, given that today is the last day of the sculpt. It makes everything feel more serious. I don't know if I like it. I got to bounce for a meeting. Hopefully catch you on the other side. All right, Richie. Well, hey, I hope you have a good meeting, man. And we'll be here for a bit, so maybe we'll catch you when you get back. If not, you have a great weekend, sir. Because I will probably not be back until Monday. A metal track called It's Very Nice. I did test fit his little claws. I really like the look. I can't wait to get this all put together. Pretty happy with that so far. A little bit more shaping on that. We'll, we still got to bulk up the tip of the toes and maybe do a bit of this. Look at that. See how dramatic the music, look, turns just a simple spoon into some kind of grand thing. The fur, is that just clay or is it something furry added on there? It is clay, and it's because I'm crazy, pretty much, Alley fan. No, I saw C-Not Bush. He's a sculptor here. If you're familiar with him on Twitch, I've seen him use this method on a couple of projects, and I wanted to give it a try. And it's basically getting a little snake of clay, and you just go. I just go around this and flatten it out, pull it off, go around the whole thing, and then I go through and just cut those little strands into that, peel it off, cut off the excess clay, and then it goes on there like shingles, almost like layered, That's the bulk of the 100+ hours on this is doing fur. Not a process that for projects that I want to use every time by any means, but in fact, there was a minute there that I didn't think I ever wanted to do this ever again, but that has changed. I'm going to be using it again for multiple projects, but obviously I'm going to give myself a break. And the next time I do this, it's not going to be quite to this scale. One of the projects is only going to be a partial coverage because the subject has clothing, so I won't have to worry about a whole body of fur. And I'm going to use this method to do a critter from the Critters movies in the 80s. I keep saying 80s, but they're still very much making Critters movies for some reason. But that won't be so difficult just because they're kind of a ball, aren't they? And I'm not going to make them huge, so. Adding clay to a real dead creature, right? Yeah. This is just a corpse under here. I encased him in clay. I feel it really captures the soul of the creature, you know? I also throw in a few real life beard hairs throughout the body, you know? Authenticity and a little bit of voodoo. Sex words. Okay, Automod. How do I... Some DNA. Yeah. Andy, what's up, man? Welcome in. Gotta go pick up Charlie. I'll come back if you're still on. Wish me luck. I will probably still be here, but yeah, best of luck to you. I hope everything goes smoothly, Jenny. Remember, can't take that stuff personal, you know? I know easier said than done. The teenagers are teenagers. That is a fact. In fact, that whole subject kind of parallels into the discussion we were having about truth and reality. So maybe that's a discussion to have sometime. Good old ominous arc music in the background here. We're feeling real serious around here today, Andy. Real serious, apparently. Listening to the arc soundtrack is... it's intense. I think after I blend this, what we'll do is kind of start working on those tips of the toes. Get those shaped up proper and ready for some claws. That's really going to make it come together. I've already seen them with the claws in, and even when the toes were oversized and too big, it looked great, so I can't wait. A T-Rex lurking? Yeah, surprise raptor out of the bushes the moment you spawn. Yep. Yep. Clever girl indeed. Man, I need to watch that movie again. I love it so much. We were just talking about how well that movie stands the test of time. I have the original trilogy and Jurassic World. I have all of them except for Jurassic World Dominion. That hadn't come out when I bought the collection. I did not hate that movie as much as everybody else apparently did. I thought it had its merits, and it was really cool seeing it come full circle back to Dodgson. With how realistic this is, the fur, the eyes, the nose, what did you decide to do when you were fiddling about beneath its... Hey man, none of the references have anything, you know? So I just based it on the references. He's asexual, non-gendered. He has no bits and bobs to go by here, so we'll let him be whatever he wants to be, you know? How does it pee? Constantly, probably, like rats do. Poor rats don't have any kind of what do you call it? Bladder sphincter? I don't know. They have no bladder control. They just go. Yeah, yeah. It's funny. I have 2 pet rats, and I've had a pet rat before them. It you can totally potty train a rat, right? Like my rats have a litter box, and they go in there and do their number 2, right? And that's pretty much the only place they do. But they pee everywhere. When they have to, it happens because they don't have bladder control. Like my father-in-law. I suppose so, yeah. That's possible. Basically just putting these over the toes to blend it in. We want the base, like the front of the toe, to kind of be a little bit larger. We'll start there. Yeah, I think rats are or mice are the same, but I'm not sure about other rodents. I've owned 2 chinchillas in my life, and I kind of feel like it's kind of the same with them, although I'm not so sure that you can really litter box train them at all. Maybe. Could be wrong. But mine always had a sufficient, like, open area, so I never tried to box train them. I'm not sure about gerbils and hamsters, though. Hey, can you not do that, sir? Good thing it's cosplay. That was my fault completely, but still. It's actually pretty well balanced. The problem is I keep catching that cardboard piece and lifting it, you know? Need to stop that. You know, speaking of Jurassic Park, it would be kind of cool to sculpt a raptor. It's always been one of my favorites. When I was a kid, I wanted a pet raptor after Jurassic Park, you know? Raptor paint job would be fun too. Yeah, it would. I actually had it was officially licensed. I don't know, maybe anybody remember when Jurassic Park came out, the first one? And they had like officially licensed Halloween masks? Because I had a Velociraptor mask. And I always thought like the scale detail and the paint detail was so cool on it. No feathers, no. Not on the mask, but on the sculpt, I don't know. I mean, if I wanted to be scientifically accurate at this point, I suppose it would be required, maybe. I feel like the sentiment, it's funny because what's his name? Baker. Not Troy Baker. He was a paleontologist and he was a consultant with Jurassic Park. Something Baker. I was obsessed with dinosaurs as a kid. The fact that I even remember his last name still is kind of surprising me, but I wanted to be a paleontologist. And when Jurassic Park came out, it just blew my damn mind. And I'm like, they brought them to life. Now I want to make movies. But anyway, back when Jurassic Park was made, he was the one that kind of started the opinion. Is my understanding that dinosaurs actually evolved and had feathers. And everybody kind of laughed him out of the room. And then, as you know, it was kind of a topic of discussion in the movie. Alan Grant brings it up. And Baker's actually seen in the movie as one of the dig site workers. So I suppose if I were to do a sculpt, I would kind of almost have to incorporate that, right? You know, if I was going from another arc creature, the Deinonychus would be cool. It's kind of like a raptor, but more feathery. Actually, one of my favorite creatures in the game. I think they're typically a little bit bigger than a Utah raptor. I think the Euroraptor might be the biggest in the family. But I haven't been thoroughly obsessed with dinosaurs like I used to in a long time, so I could be wrong there. And you know, at this point, if we have the technology to like make dinosaurs real again, can we just do it? Like, what do we have to lose? You know, Can we do something cool that might like cause problems instead of all the stupid shit that causes problems? Let's just make dinosaurs real again. That's it. I'm throwing my hat in the race, and that's my slogan. Make dinosaurs real again. Maybe avoid T-Rexes, though. That would probably be a good idea. Although I think the raptor is far more terrifying than a Rex, but... In fact, scientists aren't really sure. As my understanding, there's debate whether Rexes were really much of a predator. Maybe they were more of a scavenger. That I don't personally, I don't know how I feel about that theory, but... But at the end of the day, it's all theories, you know. Very little is certainty. All right, let's give that a brush before we start the other side. Maybe the same way a crocodile's a scavenger opportunist. Yeah, maybe so. Like, I think that the Rex definitely had the potential to be a predator for sure. I mean, look at it. Other than its goofy ass arms. The Rex shows up acting all badass and everybody just sees his arms and laughs, you know? And how crazy is it, man? We still have crocodiles, you know? The one living dinosaur still with us to this day. Interesting, but I will admire them from a distance. Those people, like, you see those videos with people like snuggling up next to a crocodile? What are you doing? I don't even trust snakes, man. What? Although I won't lie, there's a bit of me that's kind of jealous because that's pretty freaking cool, right? All right, we'll do the other one. Then we're going to flip them over so I can kind of correct the bottoms there, get some clay on there where it needs it and blend it, all that good stuff. Once he goes back into the base, we'll start popping the claws in. It is very hard to work on this one. I still need to figure out when I want to do my Fallout sculpts too. I know I want to save the... I think I'm going to save the power armor. Number one, that's going to be a huge undertaking. And maybe I'll save that like in the lead up of season 2 of the series, maybe? Speaking of, apparently the Fallout series got like 16 Emmy nominations. That's pretty awesome. Good for the makers of the show. Kind of had a lot of faith going into this when I found out that that show was being handled by the people from Westworld. Loved that show. And they didn't disappoint, did they? I do love that arc chorus part, whatever, harmony, whatever you want to call it, right there. That's so good. Kind of brings me to kind of makes me think of Fallout in that regard. Because that Fallout theme, though, you know? Doing the awkward part. Gotta reach through his legs here just to get to that toe. All right, let's give him a brush. What do we got we got 20 minutes till the next ad break? Really? Did I accidentally work through one? What happened? Oh, I guess not. That needs blended more. Goodness, I didn't even see that. I also have to keep reminding myself too, I don't need to worry about like all the little surface imperfections, because that's all going to get covered up with the fur texture, of course. So like I want it to be smooth and shaped properly, but it doesn't have to be a perfectly smooth surface. Okay. He's also not, let's see. Goes this way. He should be standing up more straight. There we go. That's just because of the holes. All right, I'm gonna give myself a couple minutes here. Let that. Thanks, Andy. That should do it. We'll just do the bottom first, though. But like I said, I want to let it sit for a minute. All the ISO, you know. Got the fan going on it. Actually, do a little bit of shaping here. It's the Winter Wonderland event music. I was like, why? Why does it sound like Christmas? That would be why. Been lurking for a while. Feet are looking great. Hey, Joe, what's up, man? Welcome in. Oh, look at that. Breaking my tools. Can we fix it? Let's find out. Yes, we can. Yeah, folks linked in the chat. There's actually just multiple names in the chat you should be following right now. From Irish Island to Designed by Joe and Andy Mecca. If you're not already doing so, show some love and follow these fine folks. Have a talented chat today, indeed. Kale turned out great too. Sorry I couldn't catch that yesterday. Hey, no worries. No worries at all. Yesterday was a bit of a shorter stream, like 3 hour ballpark. We did that, and then I got basically a general build on the feet, you know. And by that I mean literally I just took strands of clay because mostly I needed it for sizing, so we could do the claws. I made the claws, got those baked. Did a few corrections. And that's all still fresh, so you got to be careful here today, but I haven't messed it up yet, even when I knocked it over. Menu music. I know this all too well. Okay, let's let that sit for a moment. Then we'll do the flipping and work on the bottom portion. We're not going into detail like we did with the paws because there's really absolutely no reason to do that. Even less so than there was for the paws.
Hello!
Hey, Gren, what's up, man? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Did that work? That worked. Okay. There's another one, folks. If you're not already doing so, be sure to check out Grin Ninja Killer. Show some love, drop a follow, check out his stream. How we doing today, man? Got you on while working. I'll be silent for a bit at times. Had to stop by. Hey, no worries. No worries, Grin. I know how that goes. In the evenings, I do a lot of lurking and working. As you may have seen me around. Been lurking a couple times this week, I think it has been. working on some of the bot stuff and but I appreciate it. Definitely. Never look at my viewers. Yeah, I mean, I don't make it a point to, but like my bot, which I refer to a tablet over here. I don't know if you can even see where I'm pointing. I have a tablet mounted over here that I can view chat with. And then on the desktop, I have my bot. And when I look over at my bot, it's not 100% accurate all the time for some reason, but it shows a list of viewers. There's another thing I'm seeing here that I just don't like, chat. We're going to be fixing that before we flip him. Squishyable. Squishyable, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I stopped doing that a while back. Felt like a whole lot of pressure. Now I just put in the same effort regardless. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't even look at mine. It's just there. And if I happen to look at the bot, I might notice it, but I'm with you, man. I try to avoid the distractions, you know. And that's one great thing about this form of streaming. You know, unlike gaming where I'm looking at my monitor and everything's right in front of me, I'm always occupied, you know, for the most part. Love your model. Those eyes are amazing. Thank you, Squishyable. I can't take credit for the eyes other than choosing them, but yeah, those are just the prefab glass eyes that I picked up, but I thought they were perfect. I have a whole little collection of glass eyes, or pairs of glass eyes, I suppose. And yeah, saw that pair and thought they were perfect. So just out here vibing. That's all we can do, right? And just a note, we normally listen to some pretty upbeat, like classic rock, you know, 80s, 70s, even some 90s, and even some modern sometimes. But given that today we are finishing up this project, I thought it was appropriate. We are listening to the Ark Survival Evolved soundtrack. Pretty intense, pretty very different than what it normally is in here, but I don't watch the view count or who's in either. It can be depressing some days. Yeah, it can. It can. You know, we were kind of talking about it a little bit, I think maybe yesterday. And when it comes to that, like everybody, I think we all kind of try to pay no mind to that, but it's easier said than done
It's time
sometimes.
to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
And before I let it get to me anymore, man, I look at it like this. Like, I'm doing this for me. This time is my time to work and improve and practice and try new things. And regardless of how many people are watching, that remains true. So I just try to remind myself of that, you know. And we got an ad break coming up, folks. It is that time. We have one ad break each hour. 3 minutes on that. We're doing the 30-minute, 1.5-minute ad breaks, but I feel like this definitely is better. It breaks it up less and kind of gives me an opportunity for a proper stretch and all of that. Is it the 2 o'clock break? It is. I got to get the dog her meds too, so. Here in just a moment, you guys will, non-subs will be getting a little bit of an ad break for about 3 minutes, and then we'll put the break screen up. You won't be missing anything. And then we'll get right back into it. And before that happens, first of all, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. And I hope you are enjoying. We're on day 30, finishing this guy up. Is that true? I think that's right. Probably the final Jerboa sculpt day. And then Monday we'll be into painting if everything goes accordingly. So the link in the chat is we got ads coming up. We got the main YouTube channel linked in the chat and the Discord. And guys, we got 3 minutes of ads coming up. I will see you back here after that. Once again, thank you for being here. And we'll be back in just a few. The grand finale, Linecraftery, how we doing? Folks, there's another one you should be following, linked in the chat right there. Mr. Linecraftery, fantastic artist here on Twitch. Hope you're having a good day, buddy. But yeah, I'm going to throw the break screen up. Give me just a few. Let me take care of the dog, and we'll be right back and get right back to it. All right, about 47 seconds left on the ad there, and we'll continue. The good news is I got my new modem. Hooray. Came at some point during stream. Upgraded my internet last night. Doubled my speed for only like $10 more a month.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Kit Angel Arts, there's another one, folks. Man, just follow everybody in chat today, all right? just follow everybody you see, all right? Oh, I can't do that on the bot. There's another creator and streamer here on Twitch you should be following, Kit Angel Arts. As Joe said, we have a lot of talented folks in chat today. Switch back over here. Minecraftery, how's your day going, bud? New modem, eh? Doing these quicker now? Yeah. That's how it works, right? No, apparently the old modem doesn't quite support the speeds, so we had to get an updated modem. I have yet to hook it up, of course, but which is weird because I ran a speed test last night and I was right in the ballpark of where the new speeds should be, so I don't know. Whatever. My up speed now went from 20 megabytes per second to 40, so shouldn't have any issues on that front. It's well beyond what Twitch will let me stream at, that's for sure. I'm considering Mix It Up, doing the research. That's what I use, man. That's what I use. It's a good bot. I enjoy it. You can do quite a bit with it, more than I need. And that's what, like, everybody talks about streamer bot, man, but like, it's just, I don't really, I'm comfortable. Like I've learned my way around, Mix It Up. And I don't really want to learn a new bot that does more than I need it to, you know? That's just me personally. Nothing against it. Just similar to Firebot, I'll see. Yeah, if I remember right, maybe Mix It Up has a little bit more functionality, but then again, I don't know. Last time I ever messed around with Firebot was long ago when I was thinking about doing some video game stuff, but I use Firebot. Takes a bit of getting used to, but pretty powerful. Same as Firebot, more than I need. Same here. Yeah, yeah. I stream off a Mac, so not many options. Yeah. I don't even know what is supported on Mac, so. Firebot's good, but I think I'm only scratching the surface. Probably. I mean, hell, you could get into some pretty advanced stuff on like MIU, for instance, on Mix It Up, and still only scratch the surface. I mean, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. I could set it up to where you guys could literally change the cameras, and I'm fairly certain you could probably do that with Firebot too, but, um, you know, if thens and all that kind of logic based commands and handles all my auto shoutouts, alerts, dance party, and some fun stuff. Don't use it to control OBS outside my intro screen. Yeah, a few of the channel point redemptions pull up reference from OBS, but most of my stuff is right through the bot. So far, I have some ideas I might implement in the future that might get a little bit more involved, but we'll see. I don't want the stream, like, I want to have like some fun entertaining stuff, of course. I've got some of the channel points already, but I don't want it to be an overload of it, you know. I don't want my stream as much. Yeah, there's the alarm I forgot to turn off. As much as I enjoy, going to some of the streams that I'm sure we're all familiar with, that kind of like stray on the side of chaos. I don't want that here. I like hanging out and chatting with you guys while I'm working, but I also like to get things done. Okay, Angel Arts. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. And I hope you're having a good Thursday. Handles all, yeah, I got that one. Anything you can do with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, it's doable on those bots. Yep. Entertaining and overload, yeah. Yeah. And then, like, I hate like trying to limit stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you start putting a lot of stuff in there, then you got to start putting safety rails in, so somebody can't just go through and spam everything, and it becomes chaos. And I wanna make it fun, but keep it simple. Just getting around to joining your Discord. Ooh, well, I will. I see you there. Let me get your role assigned. I have manual role assignments on here just to avoid, spam bots, scammers, fishers, and other unscrupulous types. That way they just can't join and go crazy. And you are all set. I got updates on the model I'm working on. Oh, nice. Yeah, do share. Is that this little dude's cactus in the background with the flower on it? Yep. That'll go. We've got a spot on that for the base. In fact, it's actually nested in that spot right now. I actually thought of that for the sculpt because I have that very same cactus but a different color in my bearded dragon terrarium. She loves it too. She uses it as a pillow. Folks, we are getting real close here. It's starting to come together. Got these knuckles. This has been the time demanding part. It's just getting shaping, That's always the slow part, but we're getting there. I'm gonna repeat that over here. I'm definitely unscrupulous. Nice to have the ability to chat to entertain themselves for certain aspects of my stuff where I need to mute the mic or I'm hyper focused on something. Yeah, exactly. And adding a layer of interactivity is always fun for everybody, and I enjoy that. There's still some more that I want to do in that regard, but we're only just starting, so plenty of time, I just heard you have a bearded dragon. I've got one too. Nice, Squishy. Yeah, let's see. Mine, I have a female named Kaida, which is my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong here, but supposedly that's Japanese for little dragon. And I've had her for 4 years now. She just finished up a couple weeks of a partial brumation. crawled into her little rock and stayed there for a couple weeks, but she's back out and about now. Still being a little bit of a sleepy dragon, but she's always been real chill. She's never been one of those like high energy, super like active bearded dragons that have the attitude, you know. She's always just been super chill. Kind of like a little statue, really. She just kind of chills. Really enjoy the music today. Nice vibes with a healthy dose of tension in it. Yeah, this is the Ark soundtrack. I figured it was appropriate while we finish this guy up today. Not the normal music by any means, but I like to make it themed sometimes, and it felt right today. All right, I'm gonna give these a brush just to smooth everything out. See what needs any attention before we work on the bottom. It's 2 p.m. and I haven't had lunch yet. Oh man, yeah, get you something to eat, sir. I had some leftover pizza before I started stream. Ordered myself before stream yesterday. I ordered some Domino's. Got myself a Philly cheese sandwich and had that yesterday for lunch. And I saved the pizza for dinner and for a couple meals thereafter. You can't beat that 2 for $6.99 each deal, man. Like 12 bucks, 13 bucks and a tip. And I've got meals for probably into tomorrow. What a great name. Thank you. Hey, if you hear the female dragons have it tough through brumation, yeah, I worry about her sometimes. Like the first time she did it, I was freaked out. I thought there was something wrong. But no. And the crazy thing is she's never laid any eggs. And I know that's not unusual, but yeah, they brumate in the summertime here because it would be in the where they're from is technically winter for them. Definitely sits well for the finale. I agree. It's been 30 streams of this, chat. 30 streams. We are finally nearing the point where painting begins. Over 100 hours, probably got about 20 hours of painting at least ahead of us. So a week or two of painting, starting with the base. I'm the same way through my dragon's brumations. He can go very quiet and not active to full speed in a matter of minutes. Yeah, mine. I have a hard time getting her to eat greens anymore. The only greens I can get her to eat are mustard greens, and even then, she barely ever wants them. But she loves her roaches. I have, for a long while, in the first year there, I was ordering crickets online. And then the winter months came, and that proved to be an absolute nightmare. And I hated every minute of it. And also, crickets are gross. Who would have thought? Crickets are nasty. They smell, and they're disgusting. So I switched over and started getting her dubia roaches. And then I started my own colony so I didn't have to pay for them. And it took about 6 months to a year for that colony to get going, but yep, I haven't had to pay for reptile feed for quite some time. And roach feed is easy. It's like I have a mix of it, or a recipe for a mix using brown rice flour, bleached white flour, fish food, soy protein, which is kind of optional really, but and then you put the reptile calcium in there to gut load the roaches. That's worked out pretty well. All right, so bear with me. This is going to be a little bit awkward for all of us, okay? I probably should have had this clay ready to go before I only had one hand. Come on. Actually, let's... But it'd help if these stupid gloves would stop getting in the way. I'm gonna scream. It would do this the moment that I needed to not do this, right? The stupid finger gets all bunched up and trips over itself. All right. I don't like this. This feels like it would be better if it was baked already, but we're gonna push through and see if we can. I am gonna put him back down for just a moment. I need this clay to be... You're not in there. I need this clay to be extra soft. We don't really need a lot, so... Man, this song is badass. It's the end credits for Extinction, I see. Okay. Gonna play some Batman? Are you playing as Bane? Are you gonna wear your mask while you play, Andy? Nah, enjoy the lurk, man. Have fun playing Batman. That's my name. Oh, God. We just need this clay to be nice and warm and squishy. So, yeah, I might have my hands full once we get done painting here because I'm going to be full in on working on a showcase for this guy. And then if we immediately start the next project, which I haven't yet decided if we're going to take a little bit of a gaming break in between or not yet. We'll have to figure that out when we get there. I think I'm going to take Andy's approach, and before we bake him the last time, I might cover his eyes with some liquid polymer clay just to kind of create a barrier there and protect it from paint. Then we can scrape it off after the fact. That seems like a good idea. I'm going to get a few little balls of clay ready to go. And then I'm going to fix these stupid gloves because they're driving me crazy. They're like stretching out. I have to just get a new pair. Probably have to do a few little corrections with the toes kind of bent upwards when we put them back down, but that's really not a big deal at all, so. Where's the big spoon? There it is, hiding under the Jerboa. Need a tiny little piece. And then I needed to stop sticking to my glove. There you go. Most of this is not going to be visible. We're not going to worry about it like too much. I just want it to be nice and solid, you know? Okay, let's get this side done. Once we flip this back over, we're going to start putting claws in. And then we'll be doing any kind of cleanup and shaping that we need. And then from there, we'll be doing texturing and touch-ups and finishing them up. Exciting. I don't know what this song is from in the game, but this is dope. Journey's End. I like it. Appropriate. All right. That's not right. Gotta adjust. Do see a spot that needs some more blending. Oh no. Dropped a claw. Okay, first things first, I need to pick out like the two fattest claws here, like the ones that have a little bit of girth to them. That's one. We got our middle claws. Here's what we're gonna do. First, we're gonna get a little bit of a hydration break here, quick. Oh, we got a boss battle theme. It's gonna get intense. Honestly, though, might skip this one. Maybe it's not. Also, what is the deal here? Where's my little, there we go. We'll use this, I think. Boy, that would be painful, huh? Somebody shoving this in your toe. Just, that's not torture at all, huh? Liquid polymer clay. and about a 1/2 inch. Or I'm not a 1/2 an inch, but 1/2 a centimeter, I think it was. In my opinion, that's when it really starts to come together. Yep, it is claw time. Oops. Doesn't really matter because we got to do fur texture, but still. We'll brush off any excess liquid polymer clay after the fact. Quite dramatic music for shoving claws and toes, you know? Let's not pull on the cardboard. Oops, I fell asleep. We were hoping we didn't chase you off, Hugh. No, welcome back. Yeah, Andy's playing some Batman. Did you bake and let it so yeah, this is Squishy, this is it's a polymer clay, specifically cos clay. And so it doesn't air dry. It does you bake it at 275. And he's been baked quite a few times. through this process, and quite honestly, so have I. Thought I'd ask, didn't wish to. So, yeah, no, yeah, I do enjoy I enjoy my save points, as I call them, and sometimes it's just downright necessary. I feel like, it certainly helps. Like, for instance, I'll tell you what, I got an ad break coming up here momentarily. Let me finish a few spots here, so we're ready to start fur, or at least really close to fur once the ad breaks up. But here in just a moment, I'll pull up my Instagram, Squishy. I'll show you the process on this guy. It's been something. He started off looking like a bit of a deranged Charmander, and I built the base of his body and baked it, and that was where we started. I think with the fur, it's definitely good to have a firm base to work with. And then certain areas, once we get the fur finished, I'd put them in for a bake. Like the face, for instance. All of this is that fur texture. We went in and did that around the eyes and the cheeks, and then baked it. And then I came in, having already done the snout texture, I put clay above and below the eyes, and we blended that into the fur texture. Just knackered, sleep patterns erratic. Yeah, I've managed to get mine somewhat consistent, but I'm still going to bed at like 1:30, man. It looks real. Well, you see, after we paint him, he'll actually come to life, and yeah, I'm really happy with how he's turning out here. We just got to go do the fur texturing, and just go over him, you know, make sure there's nothing else that I need to change or want to fix or anything like that. Also, another thing, if you guys are new, folks that are here, you guys probably know that have been around, but you see these wires, those are going to go away. But before they go away, we're actually going to put more wires in because they're in the snout for whiskers as well. We will keep them there through the painting process to avoid the holes getting closed up. But once painting is done, those will be removed, and I've got a monofilament, a clear bead wire that we'll be using for the whiskers and brow whiskers, whatever you want to call them. Are you a taxidermist in disguise? No, I could never, man. I can't do that. Like, I couldn't even clean a fish. I'll eat meat, but like, I don't know, man. I can't do it. I can't even stand seeing dead animals on the side of the road, Hugh. It hurts. All right, let me pull up. What do we got? 6 minutes until the ad break. Yeah, let's take a look at the Instagram while we wait on that, and then after the ad break, we'll start texturing, and we'll be well on our on the road to finishing this guy up. You know, I don't have anything against it, Hugh. I don't like sport hunters, but I'm not somebody that's like anti-hunting. As long as it's done with the respect of the animal and with purpose and need. I'm not one of those people, but for me personally, I just can't do it, you know. All right, I got to minimize all my things real quick to pull this up, but give me just a moment. And we'll pull up and take a look at the process here. If you're curious, there's a look at my first on-stream sculpt. That was just before the Jerboa. That's the second candle I've done. But I really had fun with him. He's actually sitting right by my desk. But this is how the Jerboa started out. I'm gonna do one of those how we started and how it's going kind of posts in the future here. He's come a little ways, you know. You have enough footage to do a time lapse. I probably won't do it with like video footage because that would take a lot of time just to get the footage rounded up. I have every single VOD backed up on YouTube at FeralMoonTV. All over 100 hours of it, you know. Like a bald hamster in a way. Yeah, he looked like a demented Charmander. And I decided to change the eye color, and I'm glad I did. Now, I think that was day 2. We started really forming out the face, getting a posture for the body. Switched out the eyes. Yeah, I think it suits more blue. Yeah, I agree. We're going to go with so the base is going to be an arid climate, desert type theme. A lot of beige in that, so we decided probably be best to go with like a gray and white color scheme on the Jerboa, which I think will look, I mean, obviously he's gray now and you can see how much those eyes do for him, the coloring and the contrast. Now add some black around the eyes and some whites and different shades of gray. I think he's going to look really good. Going into more detail, we did the sublet layer of fur texturing. I would later take that and extend it beyond the ears once we added the ears. And that's at that point where I put the wires in for the whiskers as well. They've since been taken out just because they got in the way all the time, but I'll put them back in as we start painting. That's first day of fur texturing. Actually, no, we started with the inner ear. This was a nightmare. I kind of was starting to freak out, but I finally ended up getting it to a point where I was happy with it. Once we got that first section of fur on and blended it into the lower jaw, that's where we added the fur to the back of the ears. I also reinforced these ankles. I wasn't super worried about them because it's a thick gauge aluminum wire. I've never had any issues with it before. And he's got a pretty nice...
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Yeah, we got about 2 minutes till the ad starts. I'll be quick. So he's got a pretty good center of gravity with the bins and everything, multiple bins in there to carry the weight. I wasn't super worried about it except for this spot. So I wrapped it. I wrapped his ankle and reinforced it there all the way down to this point, like right there at the base. And I'm glad I did, honestly. Once we got the back done and the back of the ears, also did the texturing and the clay on the tail. That's after we did the blend on the face. And when we did his paws last week, I put a little bit too much detail into it. Didn't necessarily need to put that much detail into it because you can barely see that, but I'm glad I did. And I think that's where that's where we are right now. Now I've since, after this got a bake, I put a little flat disc of clay over top the backs of each hand and blended it just as like an extra layer of fur, kind of, you can barely notice it, but it's there, you know? But yeah. And there,
heard a tap as of someone.
Raiders, welcome in. Throw Dan, thank you for the raid. I do apologize. You're going to probably get hit with an, you know what? We're going to snooze it. We'll snooze it. I can do that. We'll snooze it for 5 minutes and hang out a few. But we do have an ad coming up, so just a fair warning. Raiders, welcome in. Throw Dan, how we doing today? How was the stream, sir? Folks, linked in the chat. Definitely give a follow to Throw Dan, an amazing creator and streamer here on Twitch, making some pottery on the wheel and some fun stuff, man. I enjoy Throw Dan's stream. I'm sure you will too. So drop a follow, show some love. Raiders, welcome in. Throw Dan, how was the stream, man? Welcome in. Good to see you. We are finishing this guy up today. We'll swap over so you can get a proper look. After break, we're going to be doing the texturing, the fur texturing on the feet. And this guy is ready for his final bake. And we're going to be starting painting on Monday. Finally, day 30. Over 100 hours on this guy. And I love him. I love him to pieces. The little fella looks great. That sounds wrong. Going quite as planned, but that's okay. That's part of the process, right, Dan? Part of the process. It took me 6 paws to make 2, you know? I think we went through... Everything's a process. And it's all practice. So that's on the plus side. It's all experience and practice and lessons learned. But I'm glad to hear you had a good stream. That sounds wrong. So yeah. You know what? Before I forget, I am going to brush off this excess. We have some liquid polymer clay that we put in there as we were sinking the claws into his toes. There we go.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
That'll be good enough. Okay, yeah, in about 3 minutes we'll have a 3-minute ad break at the top. Or you know how it is. 3-minute ad break each hour. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in. Raiders, if you're not familiar, you can call me Feral, Moon, any of those work. But I use polymer clay. This is specifically Cos clay, which cures more like it has a little bit of bend to it, as opposed to the harder sculpty stuff, you know? And you bake it. It doesn't air dry, but this is what I do, and this is what I stream. We make a variety of things, typically not ranging leaning more into the cute side. I tend to go a little bit more on the creepy side of things typically, but hey, creepy cute. Okay, we'll call it that, because the candles they're kind of cute, I suppose. But I do enjoy the creepy stuff, you know? It's always fun to make, so. This is the biggest project I've ever done, both in scale and time. And really surprised myself on this one. I was super nervous going into it. It's my first time sculpting an animal of any kind. My first time using Cos clay exclusively, because I've used it for like hands and stuff, but all of my sculpts prior to this were predominantly Sculpey, and there's a different feel to it, and I'm definitely really keen on this stuff at this point. It's also the first time I ever tried this fur texture method, and I couldn't be happier. I really couldn't. I'm super glad that I didn't let myself get intimidated and I pushed myself forward into this project, and here we are. Here we are. So, yeah, thanks for coming in. We're going to hang out just a few. We're waiting on this ad break. We'll get that out of the way. And then, much like you see on the arms, we'll be going in and adding texture onto the toes as a final step here. And he will be all set for his final bake. I can't believe we're here. It's kind of surreal, to be honest. It really is. Also, ad starting in 20 seconds. Guys, thank you so much for being here. A 3-minute ad break coming up, and then we'll be right back to it. I will see you guys after that. And in the meantime, I need to change my headset battery. It's about to die. So I will see you in just a few. He's looking great. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it, man. We got those claws in. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It really, really brings it all together. And we'll start painting on Monday with the base. That'll be a fun little thing. We're going to be using a sand ballast once it's all painted and ready to go. So yeah. Ads starting soon, says Twitch. All right, I'll tell you what. We're going to throw up the break screen. Now's a great time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, any of those things you may need to do. I am going to do the same. And I'll throw some links at you real quick. First and foremost being the link to the main YouTube channel where you can find all my previous work with condensed time lapses and showcases. All current and future projects will get a showcase video over there as well when they're completed. And a link to the Discord, best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, upcoming projects, when I'm going live, all that good stuff. And I hope to see you there. I will see you guys here in about 3 minutes, and we will finish this guy up. Thanks so much. About 10 seconds. All right.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, welcome back, folks. We're gonna jump right in. And like I said, it's time to start adding some texture here. We're just going to start at the back. We'll have to work our way around, and he's going to have to come off of the stand at some point here. Working in small little scrapes because we're dealing with fine, fine hair in this area. This is something I'll do once, and then I'll go over it with a little bit of ISO, and I'll hit it another time or two. A little bit of brushing in between with a mostly dry ISO brush, just to kind of get the flakes out of the way. This is it's not a bad process. A little bit slow moving, but I enjoy it. Overall. Honestly, I don't know what's a better camera angle. There's I have to get my little LED. In fact, I think I'm going to. Give me 1 second. Last but not least, we'll be flipping them over to do the some of the texturing on the bottom side where visible. Miss Cubist, welcome in. I apologize about the bright light here. It's just so I can see properly. Working in some areas that are pretty shadowy, you know. But I hope you're having a good day. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. We are finishing this guy up today, Miss Cubis. At least the sculpting portion. Monday begins painting. Yeah, it definitely is. Like, it's kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of mixed. Like, I'm happy to be moving on, and it feels good to make progress, of course. But I'm a little sad that I'm done. Well, nearly done. feel like that side's definitely thicker than this side. And a little bit of a change up with the normal music today. We are listening to the Ark soundtrack. I feel like that's appropriate considering wrapping up a project here. And you know, when we're doing the Jack Skellington sculpt in around Halloween, it's going to be a fun time with themed music. I hope nobody's tired of the Nightmare Before Christmas soundtrack, as if that's potentially even possible. Because we will be listening to that for sure. All right, bring the light over here so I can see on. Whoa, that is a straw. Holy shit. I didn't even know this thing had a magnet in it. It's for the rail. It's got to be. Now I know. Oh no, my battery's low on my light. I know this is like stuff you guys can barely see on camera, but I'll post proper pictures and such, of course. Working over top a very thin layer right here, so Super awkward. Trying to get into these little cracks and crevices.
Suddenly, I heard a tap as of someone gently rapping.
Who's that rapping at my door? Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry, you caught me in like focus mode there. I'm zoned out and whatnot. Kirtissa, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, welcome in. Artsy Chickadee and Viewbot Prime, thank you so much for those follows. How's everybody doing today? Kirtissa, how was the stream? What were we working on? The Jerboa looks amazing. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. I'm kind of sad that we're finishing them up today. Disregard this super bright light. Let me turn that off because I need to save the battery anyway. just a little photo light that I have to help me kind of see in the shadows of the recesses there in his toes, but recognize that, Jerboa, and yes, the fur does look amazing. Viewbot Prime, thank you so much. I was making some settings for pendants. Very cool, Kiratissa. Folks, I'm going to throw a link in the chat. And if you are not already doing so, be sure to follow Kiratissa on here on Twitch and Instagram and all those things, as a matter of fact. Goldsmith Jewelry Maker here. Kinetic Jewelry is a specialty focus, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen some of her work and been to some of her streams. Incredible artist, incredible craftsmanship. So show some love, show some support. Great stream, thank you. Had to lurk. Hey, no worries, no worries. Unless you're talking to... Oh, I see. Never mind. My bad, you're diverse. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the kind words. Absolutely. Absolutely. Connect stuffs is fun. I agree. I agree. It's very cool seeing some of the stuff you've come up with. I can only imagine the processes involved in some of those pieces. Just from my own experience with this stuff, for that matter. Exact same mat on your desk that I do. That's eerie. Yeah, what is this? Fiskars, they kind of have a monopoly on cutting mats, don't they? And I wanted one that was a little bit different, but this is the only one that I could find locally. So I'm thinking about, now that I'm using a gray clay, seeing if I can find a smaller mat to go over top of it just to give some contrast. But it's worked. It's a great mat. It's like the standard crafting mat, huh? Not sure I stole this one from my wife. Well, that works too. They're actually very hard to find locally. I lucked out and found this one, but I was kind of shocked. They are not easy to find. Is the mat named Matt? Yes, Matt the Mat. But yes, today we are 30 days in on this project, over 100 hours. And today very well is probably going to be the last day on the project. Well, the sculpting portion, of course, because he still has plenty of painting and all of that. But very happy with him. It's my first animal sculpture of any kind, and first time going at this fur process. And I'm really happy with how he's shaping up. So, currently, we've been working on feet today. It's an all feet day here on Twitch. And now that I have them all shaped up, well, I'm just going in through the very slow process of adding the fur texturing, much like you can see on the hands, where I'm basically just going through and lightly, in small little scrapes, adding that fur texture. So that is what I'm working on right now. I'm about halfway through one of the 2 feet. And I've got this little light, like I said, to kind of just help me see in the shadowy bits. So disregard the bright lights. Also, a little bit of just a side note, a little bit different here today as far as music goes. Normally it's super chill. We like some 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s rock. But being that it's our last day on the sculpt, I figured it would be appropriate to throw on the Ark Survival Evolved soundtrack. So, only feet, correct? Yes. Good to see you again, Joe. Loving this creature. Me too, man. I've had someone express interest in purchasing him. I don't typically do commission work or anything like that. Everything I do just for my own enjoyment. To the point where my partner's like, you need to sell your work, and I'm like, but I do it for me. I don't even think I could part with him at this point. He's like my kid at this point, you know? IDPot, thank you so much for the follow, and do let me know if I'm getting your names wrong. I do try my best, but on top of some names just being a little difficult, I'm also sometimes just an idiot, and I read names wrong. Call me with the name that you want. How about I just call you Pot? Does that work? So yeah, welcome in, guys. We gonna be doing a lot of this little action here for the remainder of the stream, and hanging out, listening to music, and chatting. So I do hope you enjoy. I certainly appreciate the raid. Welcome. All right. Yeah, I've never done a project this big either. Like scale-wise, close, you know. My candles are a little bit large, but that's a whole different beast, you know. It's pretty standard. Not at all involved like this is. So scale-wise and time-wise, this is the biggest thing I've done to date. Said it's 100 hours to get to this point. Yep, I'm over 100 hours on this. And that was a couple weeks ago. So I suspect by the time painting's done, 200 hours is an easy estimate, I would say. 150 to 200 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. I don't even have that kind of time wrapped up in some of my video games, chat. What the heck? I definitely have it in Arc. I'm ashamed to say how much time I have in Arc. It surpasses the hundreds, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's well, for scale, there's on the same, you know. I think the closest thing scale-wise I've done is my Jack Skellington Christmas scene. And that's only because there were so many pieces to it. You know, I sculpted Jack. He's got like an actual beard. Like, it was a whole process with him. Plus all the little presents and things under the tree that I sculpted. But I guess I consider that a little bit differently because it wasn't just one piece. It's kind of a diorama, you know? But I even still, I don't think I had nearly as much time in that project. In fact, I know I didn't, because I made that while I was really heavy into making the YouTube content as opposed to streaming. I still do YouTube. When I started out, I was only doing YouTube, and I was filming the entire process and then cutting it down, which was a lot of time and a lot of work. And then I would do a showcase at the end. And moving forward, now that I'm streaming, you can see more of the process than ever before. And I export the VODs over to a secondary channel, FeralMoonTV, on YouTube. And every project is going to have its own playlist. So you can literally watch from start to finish if you want. But all projects will still be getting showcase videos that I want to do. So still doing the YouTube stuff, just minimizing the workload from it, you know. I will take my WoW playtime secret with me to the grave. Yeah, some of those things you're just like, I don't really feel good about this. Yeah, I get it. Like, I don't have a problem with it. Like, I certainly enjoyed my time and I had fun with it, but I'm not proud of it, you know? Three to four mugs high. Yeah, I'd say about 2.5 mugs high. Maybe three mugs long. And he probably weighs, oh geez. We've used about 2.5 pounds of clay, I believe, in total. And his base, it'll probably weigh about 4 or 5 pounds when it's all said and done. Maybe, somewhere in that ballpark. Is the house that Jack sculpt? I am going to do another Jack around Halloween time. I was just actually talking about it in the context of the music when I was explaining why we're listening to this earlier. It's going to be fun around Halloween. I want to do another Jack Skellington sculpture, but this time in his proper pinstripe suit, because I am a glutton for punishment, and pinstriping sounds like it's a blast to paint, let me tell you. But I want it, and I'm going to do it. And when we do it, we'll be incorporating the Nightmare Before Christmas soundtrack, of course. You have to. It's incredible. Being dedicated to something isn't a bad thing. Oh, no, absolutely. I agree. It just, you know, I don't know if I feel good about the amount of time I have in, like, this particular game, for instance, you know. And at the end of the day, as long as you had fun with it, it doesn't matter, right? But when you start thinking like, oh, I could have spent that time sculpting and being productive. This might be a stupid question, but is the dry weight different to the baked weight? You know, Squishy, I don't know. I feel like it is. Like I've honestly thought to myself after he's out of the oven, like these feel slightly different, but I don't know. And I don't know how much of a difference it would make. I have to imagine there is some difference just because of moisture, you know what I mean? Like water weight almost, but even though it's not water. Okay, I don't even know where to start here, so we're just going to say Dicker. Thank you so much for the follow. Probably could have learned a couple languages, got a PhD. Yeah. When you frame it like that, you know, it's like, ooh, but at the same time, you know what? We got to do things in this life that we enjoy. And sometimes it's okay to not be productive. It's okay to just veg out and enjoy something. I have to remind myself of this, as I'm sure many others do. Definitely felt pressure playing WoW. Had to mythic raid, had to make raiding for PvP, had to basically a second job towards the end. Yeah, that's the thing about like live service games and MMOs in particular. Very demanding of your time, huh? And like you're inclined to take it with some degree of seriousness because you want to make advancement and progress, and I get it. I mean, I'm playing a live service right now routinely, but it takes up a lot of time in the evenings, but that's that's my relaxed time, you know? And that's the healthiest thing for hobbies like that, I think. As long as it's not taking over your life and even if it is, it's not my life, so do what you want. Awesome work. Cheers from Germany. Is it Sauerland? I see. Sour. Okay. I gotcha. Thicker Sauerlandier. Like sauerkraut, kraut, kind of. I'm assuming. Never lose your inner dinosaur. Make your hobby a business. Gain the workload of a job and the payment of a hobby. There you go. There you go. That's the dream, right? And then you find all new struggles because when work is doesn't feel like work, then you're inclined to like always do it. And then you have to stop yourself and keep it a healthy routine. Definitely turns into a second job. Oh yeah, those guilds, man. And they'll kick you out if you don't show up. Which to an, you know, it's understandable. They're depending on people for the raids and stuff like that. So they want people in their ranks that are going to be there. An area here in Germany? Nice. I have German heritage, but I have never gotten to visit. I'm a mutt. I've got German heritage and Cherokee and apparently some African ancestry somewhere along the lines. And I'll be going lurking now and getting food. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I'm sorry, I normally try to say that, but kind of fallen out of the routine, and I need to get myself back into that. Absolutely, do what you need to do to de-stream and all that good stuff. Again, thank you so much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. And folks, once again, if you have not followed Kiratissa, you should do so. Any of the folks from my stream? Trying to maintain cutting edge every tier, studying bosses, pressure to contribute, not be holding back the guild. Yeah, yeah. Oh God. You know what? This inside area is oh God. This is not gonna be fun. I need to start using this one. It feels a little bit wider. I just gotta be more careful. And I need my light back, to be honest. Seeing in between those toes is pretty difficult. With all the shading. Shadows really just kind of hide all the detail from me. Can't see where I'm working and where I've been. Got some chicken cooking? I'm gonna be having leftover pizza. And I'm okay with that. Dating myself here, but did I did the competitive raid thing and wait, what is EQ? EverQuest, right? Nice. Yeah, I haven't played WoW in ages. I got into it right as Burning Crusade came out. And then I played into Wrath of the Lich King. And that was it for me. Life got me busy, and that's where I got off the bus on that. I did go back to it later on, and I played around on some private servers for a bit, but I don't know if I have it in me to do MMOs anymore. We were playing Final Fantasy Online for a time, and at first I really liked it, and I was having fun with it, but man, it got so old so fast. It felt like every quest was go talk to this asshole and then run across the other side of the map, rinse and repeat. And it just got real old real quick for me. Like, it just kind of felt like I've been here and done this so many times. You know what I mean? Not to talk, like anybody that loves, I'm not talking trash about the game. If you like the game, that's totally fine. It's just not for me. I just think those days are behind me. I also got super tired of waiting in queues. Like, I got better things to do than sit here and wait for this game to let me play the game. Like, I have a whole Steam library of games that I can click play and actually play. I don't need to sit here and wait on this game to let me play it. First time stepping into an MMO. Made Wood Elf and EQ, took out the folder paper map. Oh yeah, man, I miss those, honestly. Oh yeah. I remember the magic of MMOs and just open world games in general as they were coming to be. You know what I mean? Like, it was unheard of at a certain point, and that's crazy to think about. Now we've got things like No Man's Sky where there's an entire freaking universe, you know? That's wild. speaking of No Man's Sky and also like the whole sculpting from a video game, I very much have a feeling that I'll be doing something Light No Fire themed when that game comes out, because I love the art style and I've already seen a few things that are like, I want that. I want it. And I think we might have to. I'm pretty excited about it. I wish we get some more information. Do you have any esports near you? I don't believe so. Not that I'm aware of.
Spoon!
Hi, Rose. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Lately, I haven't played much of anything, but keep leaning toward more chill games like city builders, puzzle games, stuff like that. I get that. I definitely understand that sentiment. I don't need like super chill, but some stuff is just too much for me anymore, man. I avoid it. Like I used to be a huge shooter fan and pretty good at them. But between the fact that it got to a point where I don't even the first thing I do in online games is disable the microphone. Between that and just I don't know. I just haven't been into it. Now we've been playing Fallout 76 a lot and been enjoying that, but honestly, if it wasn't that for that, I wouldn't probably be playing much of anything right now. I still haven't played Hellblade 2. I loved the first game, and I was anxious to play the second one. Now that it's out, I still haven't played it because I just don't. Number one, I don't know. I don't feel like dealing with the heavy subject matter right now, I guess. I know that's part of it. I like how I heard the music and my brain went to straight to what's aggroed. Yeah, it's been intense in here with this music today.
It's time to take a short break.
Absolutely
Stand
not.
up, stretch and hydrate.
Absolutely not. You're not the boss of me. Gonna try to finish up this little area right here before we do that. And I'm sorry if I'm blocking it. Like it's just a super awkward spot that I'm working in here. I'll show you guys here in a moment. We'll also have to flip him over and do a little bit of texturing on the bottom. And yeah, just to kind of make sure we got our bases covered. But mostly, anyway, that's 1 foot done. Some seriously mean looking stilettos, right? You can kind of see, like, especially if you look at the other foot, you can see the difference with the texturing. I know it's not really a way I can prove it to get the texturing to come through there, but I'm gonna turn this off for the time being because my battery's low. I've been playing Apex and getting first places with 0 damage. Man, I haven't played that in ages. I just can't do the Battle Royale stuff. I played PUBG quite a bit when it first came out and enjoyed it, but ultimately it just kind of burnt me out. And Gruff Ball made a bit of an arc joke today. What's that? While on about D&D? We still have 2 ARC servers up and haven't really played on them. I think the one's probably going to be coming down eventually here in the near future. And we'll just keep the one going. And anybody that might want to ask, it's Survival Evolved, not Ascended. I already own the game and all the DLC. I wasn't about to buy the same thing I already own. A bit of a craft herpes on my boots. Oh no, glitter, huh? Now it's going to be everywhere, Rose. You've contaminated. It's It's over now. It's going to be everywhere. You prefer racing games? I enjoy racing games now and again. Again, they stress me out. They always have. And I also, now there's online, I suppose, but back in the day when there was no online and you were just playing against the computer. Oh, we're in an ad right now. Well, geez. When you were just playing against the computer, I always felt like the computer had an unfair advantage, so it annoyed me. But yeah, guys, I am going to stand up and get a stretch in real quick before we come back and finish this. So we got an ad rolling right now, apparently, for some of you, probably. But thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to put the break screen up, stand up and get a stretch in, and then we'll get right back to it. Polishing the old Doc Martens. Dude, Doc Martens are good shoes. I've got a pair in the hallway that I've had for I don't even know how many years, and they still look new. And they're comfortable too. But I will see you guys in just a moment.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
Let's do that. Let's do that. About 4 to 5 months off being 10 years old. I believe it. They are definitely good shoes. I think I paid like $125 for these. Well worth it. I also like my Converses too. Oh, hold on 1 second. Blanket on the back of my chair fell down and got in the way. Okay. Let's get back to it. Yeah, that's not bad. This is gonna suck. Every bit of this is gonna suck. Do the best job we can, I guess. And all the while, I gotta be mindful not to press my fingers into the foot that my hand's in front of. You know, fun times. This is what I do to myself right here. Create problems that I have to deal with down the road. On the bright side, at least we haven't textured the back yet, so I don't have to worry about that so much. very hard to see. Very hard to see. One of those days you wish you were. I don't even know if that would help. Yeah. I'll try it with my left hand. We'll see. It's just a super awkward space to get into. I don't even know if I can do. Yeah, see? It's almost still a better angle. I used to be ambidextrous when I was a kid, but I just like started to I think if I remember right, they like my teachers made me pick a preferred hand. Like what, why? I can still like write somewhat with my left hand too. It's just not quite as neat. And obviously I definitely feel much more comfortable using my right hand, but I think I hear a Menchie. Do a lot with both hands, but I don't have the fine motor control with my left. Drawing and writing are pretty bad with my left hand. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things. Like if I would like sit down and practice again, maybe I could dial it back in. But a lot of years not using it, you know. Plus, I don't have time, as I'm sure most of us don't, to sit around and scribble with my left hand. Finishing this up. Thanks. This is a pain in the ass. Trying to see and also get back in there. Not exactly easy. I did hear a Menchie chat. We've been listening to the ARC soundtrack today since it's the final sculpting day. Rose says hi. Yeah, it's been a good stream. Very productive. Meeting some new friends today. Coming in and saying hello. After this, I'm probably gonna have to take the internet down for a bit, dear. That big box in front of the front door there is the new router. Or I'm sorry, the new modem. All right. I'll be here. My dog is an idiot, chat. Like, the biggest, most stubborn idiot ever. And she used to think I was exaggerating before she moved up here. Now she can't stand him. Ooh, I was about to squish his toe. Oh, that would have been bad. Don't get me wrong, he's my idiot and I love him, but he's still an idiot. All right, let's switch back to this guy. Well, I prefer this side for sure. Ooh, ooh. Let's not do that. That's bad. God, this is so difficult to get to. Okay. You see that, chat? Jerboa tried to steal the tool right out of my hand. He grabbed on hold of that and tried to take it from me. Believe that? Golly, Tickles wants me to stop. Phew. One toe down. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Okay. Where'd my tool go? There we are. Is this scorched? Oh no, this is Genesis. Last call for the day, hopefully. Oh, you do keep poking his feet. All right, Joe. Hey, man, enjoy the lurk. We'll be here for a bit yet, so. And if for some reason I don't see you again, I hope you have a great weekend. But as for me, I need to finish up these other 2 toes. And then we'll have the Jerboa assume the position once more. And we'll get in there on the back and the bottom of his feet. And fill out that texture. And then he's done. Some of you guys have been with me from the very beginning on this. We spent a lot of hours together working on this thing, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. I do hope it's been enjoyable for you. Whether it be, you know, like me watching this thing come together has been a satisfactory. Or, you know, watching me lose my mind partially in the process of starting the fur. Because it got me. It got me at the start there, didn't it? We came back, didn't give up, kept pushing, and here we are. Work on this has definitely paid off. Absolutely amazing sculpt. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Really like watching you today. Well, I'm very glad, Squishy. It's been nice having you here. Yeah, and even if we are finishing this guy's sculpt up today, we've got plenty of painting ahead of us for this project, and then on to a new little journey. I will say, I'll go ahead and tell you, we already know what the next project is going to be, of course. When I started the YouTube channel, it was like the end of 2022. And when I did that, like one of my second or third projects, I actually kicked off a series that I want to keep going. Something just to have a little bit of fun, called Sculpting 90s Nicktoons. And if you remember the show Ah Real Monsters, you'll know what I'm talking about. But I started with Ickis, and I sculpted him, and I did Crumb a little bit later on. And ever since then, I've needed to get back to that and finish up the trio with Oblina. So that is what we're going to do next. It'll be a relatively simple sculpt in comparison to this. As I've said before, it'll come with its own little challenges. If you're familiar with the character, she's pretty weird looking. Basically like a snake with legs and arms. And a very large set of lips. And that is going to be interesting. But we will figure it out. In fact, it's about due time that I start planning that project. Now that we're going to be painting him. So I'll start looking into references. Get a folder going. And come up with an idea of what kind of pose we want to go for, and then go for a plan of action as far as how I'm going to do the armature and all that jazz. And again, I know we're kind of working in a spot doing things where, so I could put it on the overhead, but you would see very minimal because of his head and his ears. And it's just kind of the nature of the sculpt and where we're working with him today. Because obviously my right hand is always kind of in front of where I'm working. I'm aware of that, and I do apologize. Also kind of just having to keep him a little bit closer than normal for visibility. How long we been going today? 4.5 hours. Not bad. Making a lot of progress in that 4.5 hours. That is for sure. These feet didn't look like much at the start of the stream. They're basically like snakes of clay. So we got all that blending and shaping done. Got the claws put in. And now finishing up with the texture in that time. I'll take it. That's not bad at all. Now my stomach needs to chill out and stop trying to get hungry on me. Okay. And also just a little reminder and maybe not even a reminder, maybe it's the first time you're hearing it, but anybody that's newer to the stream may not be familiar with the schedule. I do stream on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. I am looking to be making some adjustments on that in the future here to add an extra day. So we may start streaming Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I typically do not stream on the weekends. They're at the very least not scheduled. There's always a chance that I might pop up with a little bit of a bonus stream, but it just kind of depends. Obviously this week I will not be doing that because the sculpt will be done. So we'll just plan on coming back and starting the painting on Monday. Plus we've got plans this weekend to go see Twisters, and I just want to have a little bit of time to, first of all, I need to get some shots of this guy before he gets painted. I want to do that. So I'll do that over the weekend. And then before Monday rolls around, I'll need to completely reset my workspace for painting. Put all the sculpting stuff away and make room for all the painting supplies. All right, chat, we are on the last toe. Once this is done, I'll brush them down a little bit, real light, just to get little clay boogers and stuff like that off of there. And then I'll be taking them off the base and flipping them over so we can get kind of, make sure my light's about to die. Shoot. Make sure we got our bases covered, you know, everything's covered in texture. Light's not 100% necessary, but it sure makes this part easier. A lot of little shadows kind of get in the way. In fact, before this thing dies, let me go ahead and work on this. The most difficult part to see, that inner toe. Light's getting weak. Yeah, it's dead. I'm going to bring this light a little bit closer. Okay. Go away, Nat. Seriously, piss off. Fruit fly flying around. All right, 1 second. You little shit. Now he's just trying to spite me. I like working on my inner toe too. I'm at peace with my inner toe. Oh, holy crap. That's a lot of texture in chat. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Meant to do that. Okay. Almost, chat. We are so close to being done here. It's not even funny. Hands getting tired. Just a little bit more. How long have you been sculpting? You do any professional sculpting, like for film or anything? No, I do not. I would love to. That would be amazing to work in film special effects. It's something I always wanted to do as a kid. To answer the question though, Hugh, I started sculpting when I was in my teens, early teens, maybe a little bit beforehand. You know what? It had to be because I was in elementary school. And, in fact, I still have some of my first sculptures downstairs. They've seen better days, but maybe one day I'll have to dig a couple of them out. I would have sculpted those in like 4th or 5th grade, maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, somewhere in that ballpark. And then the one I sculpted, I have a Duke Nukem thing that I made. It was like, that had to have been 6th or 7th grade probably. But then I just kind of stopped, man. I sculpted a couple things here and there with my kid years back. But it wasn't until 2022. Matter of fact, I don't even know what brought it up. I just started sculpting some things and or playing around with some clay that I had. And then Minchie saw a thing on Instagram and she was like, "Oh, that's really cool." I was like, "Well, I bet I can make that." So I did. And then she kind of encouraged me to keep it up. And that's when I started the YouTube channel. And hey, chat. Oh no! Messed up a spot where it was still wet. You have an ArtStation portfolio? I do not. No. Instagram is and YouTube are about the closest thing to a portfolio I have. Well, thankfully that wasn't too much of a mess up. I don't know, it must have just got dragged across something. All the texturing's still in the tail, so yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. You know what? Real quick. Couple few things here. Nothing huge or mind-blowing or anything, but one of the best things to do with blending this stuff, I've said it before, is just to kind of follow those recesses. Push your clay into them, but also pull it out. Like, go backwards and don't be afraid to leave a channel in there. I was, but when you do it, it makes it blend so much nicer. Like right there, that was just a huge improvement. Okay. Flowy eyes. A little bit. These aren't super reactive like some colors are, but I think he is done. I think he's done, chat. Thank you. Thank you. No, seriously, thank you guys for real. This has been a very, very long project. And I'm not going to lie, one of my biggest concerns when I realized how big of a project I had gotten myself into was people were going to get bored of this. And maybe some people did, I don't know. But some of you guys have been here almost, if not every single stream. And right along with me for the process, and I certainly appreciate you. Whether you were hanging out and you know, obviously hanging out and chatting and stuff is huge. It's why I do this, and I really enjoy our conversations and everything. So thank you guys tremendously for contributing on that aspect. Those who have, and I've enjoyed our chats, and it's made this process all the more enjoyable. But even lurkers, thank you guys. Thank you very much for the support. It's a 100-hour plus project is a big deal for a stream that's only just beginning. You know, you got your CNOT bushes out there and everything, amazing artists that spend countless hours on projects, but they've got an established audience and a reputation. And I'm just a new guy, you know. I'm just a new guy that's on here. I've demonstrated some of my ability with past projects, but the fact that people have invested so much time into watching this be made means the world to me. So thank you. I very much appreciate it. Atticus giving you a hard time, Rose. Tell him to calm down. It'll be all right. I think it's only appropriate that I make sure we spend a little time here showing this guy off so I can get a clip. Whoa! All right, let's not do that. Let's not do that. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix the bottom portion of the wire. It's a little bit bent out of position. I think it's this one. There we go. But yeah, let me go ahead and give this guy a spin. First ever animal sculpture. First time working exclusively with cosplay. First time using this procedure for fur texturing. 100 plus hours. There's our Jerboa. Complete and ready for his final bic. And then on to painting. And I will go ahead and get that clipped and we'll have it. All right. So Monday, we'll be moving. That was a drastic transition on music.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm snoozing it. And I think that covers all of our bases. I think we're good to go today. So we'll be back at it on Monday. I'm going to take the weekend. And like I said, I want to get some shots of him before painting. So I'll be doing that. I then need to get my workspace all set and ready for painting. And Monday, actually, no, Monday won't require it. But eventually the base is going to require a little bit of extra, because we're going to be putting that ballast on it. But first things first, we need to paint it. So we'll be getting that out of the way. And then we'll be back to the Jerboa for painting. And he'll, of course, be baked by then as well, too. And so will I. But let's see. I do want to see if there's anybody we can go say hello to. I will unfortunately have to lurk shortly after a rating, but you know what? Linecrafter's streaming today. Why don't we go say hello to him? I know we just did, but I'm going to be going over there anyway, and I like supporting my friends, you know? So we will do that. And in the meantime, real quick beforehand, one last time, throwing a link in the chat to the main YouTube channel. That is the main YouTube channel. FeralMoonTV on YouTube is VODs. But on Feral Moon Designs, you will find all of my previous projects, a condensed time lapse with showcases for each of those, and then all future projects will have showcases on the channel as well, including the Jerboa. So make sure you're subscribed over there. Be on the lookout for that. You can also check out the candle that we made, first sculpt on stream, and project just before the Jerboa. So he's already got a showcase over there. Check that out. And I'll throw a link in the chat for the Discord. That is the best place for all the latest updates on the channel, the stream, any updates to the schedule. There is channels in there for you guys to share your artwork. We're going to be doing some art show type stuff on the stream eventually, once we kind of build up the community a little bit and get folks interested. I'd love to show off completed works at least once a week on stream and give you guys your kudos and recognition that you so deserve. So you can share your artwork in there. You know, if you don't want it shared, there's a channel for that too. But regardless, we love to see everybody's work. And you can let us know when you're going live or if you have a new video out in the appropriate channel as well. So hope to see you there. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out today. I do have some thank yous. We'll pop over here. A list of them, to be quite honest. Let me go down here and make sure we don't miss anybody. Couple offline follows, I think it was Liz TL67 and Captain Shires. Thank you both for those follows. If you're out there, I hope you enjoyed today, and thank you again for that. Richie Munster with the gifted sub to Irish Island today. Thank you very much for the support, Richie. Very much appreciated. Squishyable, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad to hear you really enjoyed the stream. It was nice to have you here, and I hope to see you back here on Monday. We had Throw Dan and Kiratissa coming in with the raids. Thank you guys so much for that. I very much appreciate the raids and the support. It means a lot to me, so thank you. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope everybody that came along with those raids has enjoyed the stream today. Artsy Chickadee, Viewbot Prime, Pot, and Dicker Sourlander. Thank you so much for those followers. Followers. Did I just really say that? No, I didn't. You didn't hear that. I said follows. Thank you for those follows. Boy, thank you for them followers. Appreciate it. But yeah, in all seriousness, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. We are going to go say hello to Linecraftery. He's doing his thing over on his channel. And I'm going to throw a non-sub raid call in the chat. If you're not subbed to the channel, go ahead and get that copied and ready to go. And when we get over to Linecraftery's channel, throw that in his chat, make some noise, and give a hearty hello. Subs, the sub raid call is in the chat now. Guys, the Jerboa is completed. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Finishing up the Jerboa project with me. I will see you guys back here on Monday to begin painting. But in the meantime, you guys have a wonderful, fantastic weekend. Stay safe, have fun, all that good stuff. I'm going to queue up the raid. And I will see you guys over there. Let's go say hello to Linecrafter. You won't be disappointed. He's a phenomenal artist. And I've got a resub. So I will see you over there while I do that. Guys, take care. Have fun. Have a great night. I'll see you next time. Take care.